Order, it is 9:30 a.m. Michael, do you want to do roll call?
District 1.
Here.
District 2.
Here.
District 3.
Here.
And I'm here, Chairman.
We have a quorum, Miigwech, thank you. Okay, next up is review and approve the agenda. Any deletions or additions?
Chairman, I know White Earth Enterprises had presented at one of our previous meetings for the Highway 59 homes, and I request that they be added to the agenda after item 13 to give an update to the tribal members where they're at. I had some constituents asking about that. And then one other request, Chairman, I don't know about the Elder Christmas cards. We did them last year. There's been talk about it, but is that something we could add to the agenda so there's clarification for our elders?
Yes. Did last year we do $25 or what was last year? $100? Okay.
We can add that under the gift cards, probably under
75?
Should we increase it to 50?
Yeah. Do I hear 80?
Okay, Miigwech, where do you want to add that, Laura?
probably add the Elder Christmas cards under new business, under number 12. I know it takes the staff a while to get that stuff lined up, so.
Okay, I'll ask Andrea, anything to add to the consent agenda? Ratifications?
I don't believe so. The packet should be complete.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda with the additions, Laura.
I'll motion to
Motion-
approve with the changes.
Motion by Laura Lee to approve the agenda with the additions.
Second.
Second by Eugene. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have the meeting minutes for September 29, 2025.
Maria, were you able to make the minor changes I recommended? Just to clarify. Oh, okay. So on page, on 7 and 8, just to clarify that the appointments for the advisory councils, that's the only changes I requested.
Okay, motion to approve the meeting minutes for September 29, 2025 with the changes and the corrections.
Motion.
Motion by Mike LaRock,
Second.
second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda is the reports, the tribal council reports, and I'm first off. And, I guess the first thing I wanted to really talk about to address our people, is like the SNAP. I know that we've been meeting a lot here the last few days, the tribal council, and then Rob said some words in the prayers, about how resilient we are as a people and a nation, that we're strong, and I think this reflects back on our leadership and, the way that we're committed to helping our constituents, our elders, and our youth, especially our youth. And I think these are the, things that, when we come into these like crisis that we come together and we put our heads together and we work together, that, good things come out of it, and I think this is what we're doing, in the past few days, is we've been really, taking different looks at this and how we're going to administer some of these food programs and some of these SNAP, benefits that go out to our membership, on a monthly basis, that, that we'll be able to fill in that era, that category, and I think that's something that I'm really kind of proud of, being up here and, and sitting with the council, that, that we can work together, and, our team up here is like doing a great job, and, that we're here to, help everyone. And, and these are the things that we were elected to do, was to make these decisions and to, help our people and help our children. And what, like Rob said, is, the culture, is who we are as a people. And I think that's what, is being administered, is like, that we sit here and we, of course, myself and putting out tobacco every day and praying for all of us, and, praying for, Mino Bimanazi win, and asking the Creator to help us, to get us through some of these times. So, but, I'm really grateful that, when I do talk about what's coming up with, this upcoming month with some of the shortfalls the federal government is doing, and, but we're doing everything we can to help. And there's more and more information coming out here soon too. So, every what's been out, put out and all, we'll have more, information on Monday and Tuesday. So we're going to be addressing a lot of different things here in the next upcoming week. So, but I'm really glad and, grateful. So, but thank you, Miigwech, on that. I guess the other thing I wanted to talk about, I know Rob brought up too, was land, and these are things that we continue to move forward with the MOU with the state of Minnesota and the Department of Natural Resources, and I think these are things that we're striving. One of the things that I was, kind of felt good, that was sitting, I was at the tribal state relations training here last week, and, and talking to the, some of the participants from the state of Minnesota, from the agencies, and one of them that was in there was the newly elected Becker County Commissioner from the down by Purim down there, and sitting with him and talking to him and his interest in our tribal nation. And that was something that I really thought was good, that he wanted to learn more about us and what we're about, and the common things that we have as human to human. And Mr. Hansen was very cordial and very polite, and I think those are the relationships that we're going to have to connect when we move forward with, for asking these pieces of land to come back to White Earth Nation. And I know that there's, that's part of the government to government process, that. But yeah, I mean, that was something I really felt good about last week when I sat with the TS Tribal State Relations training last week, and that was good. And getting back to Tamarack, we're still, we still signed our co-management. We're still working with them. We're continuing to work, or do we? Oh yeah. Well, the shutdown caused some of that, but we're continuously to work on, on the AFA 638 parts of the refuge coming back to us, so we manage it. So these are the things that are continuing when the government opens back up and, and the Fish and Wildlife get back to work. I think these are the things that we'll be able to, hopefully give you a better update on what areas that we are going to be managing. So, but that's one thing that I'm really happy for our nation to take these steps forward of getting our land back. So, one other thing too that I attended this week was down in St. Paul. I attended the March conference. It was held at the St. Paul Riverside Center, and it was Minnesota Association's Recovery and Chemical Health, and being on there with our programs from the urban office, and also being on there with the other tribal nations with their behavioral health and their SUD programs. That's sitting there and visiting them and talking about the same problems and the same issues where we're dealing with our own problems back home, with dealing with this awful disease of chemical abuse and fentanyl and these other bad spirits that are around us. And it was a good conversation. It was a good conversation to sit at my, I sat because Jewel Fairbanks Aftercare was next to our White Earth booth, and it was really good to sit there and, sit at that booth and visit them there in that booth and talk about, what they're doing down in St. Paul. And, it was one thing I was really kind of pleased to hear the good reports coming from there. And, my dad, that was one of his visions, was to have aftercare, and something that it's been a really good thing for many years, since his passing back in 1970. So it was really good to sit there and talk to the workers there and get updates on them. And then, of course, our booth next door and what we're doing and how we're expanding and how we're, right now down there, we're doing some renovations. We're putting an elevator in our urban office and in our clinic down there. So, but they got everyone moving around. So, but it was really good to participate in that conference for that day and to sit down with them and attend a couple of the breakout sessions and, and talking to the various doctors there that were, bringing up one of the breakouts I went to was on ADHD, and that was something that that a lot of us around here in chemical recovery deal with a lot of that, and understanding these little other things that are happening to our people and our kids, and these are things that I looked at them differently, and I took a lot of different insights. So it was good. It was really positive, and the people were really cordial down there. So I'm really happy that I got to attend that, and it's always like it's local. It's in St. Paul, so it's something that I encourage all of us, next year, that when this comes around, that if you're in that background of chemical health, or please attend that. It's something I learned a lot from it, with all the they brought up different doctors from different areas. So, all right, then one thing I want to talk about was the NIHB, the National Indian Health Board. When I was out there and down in Phoenix here in this fall. And that was one thing too that was brought up, was some of the issues that was going on with, of course, the federal government and how they're administrating things. And of course, listening to some of the breakout sessions on AI, these are some things about data, and these are some things that we're concerning too. So, but that was some really good information there too. And, attending that conference in Phoenix was something that was kind of eye-opening too. And, seeing all the other tribal nations there, and, some of the things that we're looking at, because this is the thing that we're still striving towards, is our own IHS service units. We have two of them, one in White Earth and Natawash, and we have a couple satellite clinics. But, our tribe is still moving forward with the 638 process of us managing our clinics, So these are things that are in really positive ways that we're moving towards these moves. And I think it's something that I'm really proud of our nation, and I'm really glad that we have a good team, and that we're doing this. So, and I want to say miigwech to all of you for coming today, and of course I want to say miigwech to Rob for the prayer, and that we're doing good. So, miigwech everyone. Yeah, Mew.
Good morning. White Earth Tribal Council Quarterly Report. Secretary Treasurer's Monthly and Quarterly Report. Anim Boujou. Greetings, White Earth member. Can you guys hear me? Hear me? Okay, I'm just double checking here. Greetings, White Earth members. I'm honored to serve as Secretary Treasurer for the White Earth Tribal Council. This is my fourth quarter report, ending September 30th, 2025. Our fiscal year runs from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. Fiscal year 25 general fund budget and balances. The approved FY 2025 general fund budget outlines anticipated revenues from Minnesota tax and impact aid funding, casino distribution, and other sources. These funds support departments that operate a nonprofit for the benefit of the band membership, including education, public safety, general government, human services, public works, economic development, and cultural programs. Any remaining gaps in funding covered through distribution from the Shooting Star Casino. I just got a category thing, and by the way, this will go in the paper, and if anybody wants a copy of this, they can come up and grab a copy of my report if they want it for their records. Annual general fund budget. Annual general fund budget was $28,578,630. After the fourth quarter, annual general fund expenses were $25,444,188. We also have some capital purchases of all year-to-date funds. Annual general fund budget, $6.6 million. Building remodels, $2.9 million. Building construction would be $4.2 million. Vehicles, $2.1 million. Other equipment, $2.1 million. Total capital purchases year-to-date, $18.1 million. And I got the unaudited preliminary numbers are subject to change as the numbers are finalized. So, I've got 7 more pages. Joking. Gaming. The White Earth Nation Gaming Enterprises continues to perform well, reflecting steady growth and strong operational management across both Mahnomen and Bagley locations. Careful oversight, strategic reinvestments, and a focus on guest experiences have contributed to consistent performances throughout the fiscal year. Revenues remain stable. Expenses are well managed, and both facilities continue to make significant contributions to the tribe overall economic strength and community reinvestment efforts. I have a category here also too. So with the Bagley Casino, our quarterly revenue was $3.2 million. Their revenue was $2.3 million. Their expenses was $2.4 million, leaving them a quarterly net revenue of $760K. The Mahnomen Casino quarterly revenue was $123.5 million, with quarterly expenses of $109.9 million, with their net revenue being $13.6 million. Consolidated cash balance at quarter end was $75.2 million. Again, the unaudited preliminary numbers are subject to change as the numbers are finalized. Grant funding. Grant expenses year to date was $78.5 million. Tribal programs continue to successfully secure competitive grants and contracts from federal, state, and local partners. These funds strengthen programs in health, education, housing, culture, and community development. Each grant reflects the tribe's strong reputation for accountability and effective management, ensuring resources directly benefit our members and advance our shared goals of sovereignty and self-determination. Tribal division financials. The White Earth Nation continues to uphold strong financial stewardship across all divisions. Through discipline, budgeting, strategic investments, and responsible management, we've maintained healthy reserves and steady growth in key areas. Our behavioral health and health divisions continue to lead in generating and reinvesting resources that strengthen the well-being of our people, while the Youth and Elder Fund reflects our ongoing commitment to future generations and respect our ancestors. As Secretary Treasurer, I remain focused on ensuring every division operates with accountability and fiscal discipline. For the past 2 years, we have maintained balanced budgets without the need for amendments. Proof of our commitment to transparency, responsible governance, and a long-term financial stability of the White Earth Nation. Then I have some categories here: quarterly revenue, expenses, and cash balances for each of these other divisions. The category would be behavioral health. Their year-to-date revenue was about $40.6 million. Their year-to-date expenses is $37.2 million, with a net revenue of $3.4 million. They have a total investment at quarter end was 15 million. The cash balance of the quarterly end is 42.2 million. Our health division year-to-date revenue is about 8.8 million, with their expenses are 10.8 million. With their net revenue of it's a $2 million loss, but they use their reserves to cover those losses for. And it's not in here though. It's like for the ambulance service and then some other things that don't have any grant funding that comes out of their funding that they cover. So, but their total cash balance at quarter end is 12.93 million, and that's what covers their losses for their expenses of some of their divisions. Youth and Elder Funds, year-to-date revenue is 384,726. Total expenses are, we've taken about 135,750 out of that Youth and Elder Fund. They have a net revenue of 248,976 with a total cash balance at quarter end is 263,976. October highlights. October was a month of leadership, advocacy, and collaboration. I was honored to open the Tribal State Relations training where I emphasized the importance of partnership and mutual respect between tribal nations and the state of Minnesota. Earlier in the month, I welcomed relatives from across Turtle Island to White Earth for the 13th Annual National Native Harm Reduction Summit. A powerful reminder of our shared commitment to community care and cultural healing. Locally, I'm proud that we continue to maintain fiscal discipline across all tribal divisions and that the council supports new services that has free trash pickup for the elders. My office and RBC issued information regarding the disruption of SNAP and MFIP benefits during the federal government shutdown, and we have been posting updates on our Facebook page. I want to thank all White Earth members for your continued trust and partnership. Together, we're moving forward with optimism, accountability, and a shared vision for a stronger future for our nation. In closing, I want to thank the members of the White Earth Nation for giving me this opportunity to serve as the Secretary-Treasurer for this great nation. I look forward to moving forward with great progress and optimism, and I hope we can work together for a brighter future. Mike LaRock, I got one more comment to make. One thing that isn't in my report is I want to just add some comments to what Chairman Fairbanks said about the SNAP and the MFIB in the federal shutdown. I would like to put a big chimigwitch out to our staff, our executive director, some other staff members, our deputy director, all of our staff that all have been working very hard in the last probably 24 to 48 hours to get these gift cards out, the things out that they need to get. Because if November 1st comes around and the SNAP goes away for that month, we have a lot of families on White Earth Nation that are going to be hurting because they're relying on this funding. And we're making great strides to make sure that does not happen. You know, I mean, I just want to reiterate that I want to say chimigwitch to our staff and all of our employees that are working on this and making sure that we get the information out to the membership that this affects and make sure that we have all the information out there so people know where to go when they need assistance. Miigwech, everybody.
All right, miigwech.
Oh, one last thing. I'd like to congratulate the Waban Monoman Indians for winning their game last night. They're going to the state tournament. I think I'm done. Yeah. Thunderbirds. All right.
Motion to accept Mike LaRock's financial report.
You don't have to.
Okay. All right, I guess we don't have to do a motion, so, but we accept it, so. But miigwech. All right, next up is District 1.
Bonjour, everybody. District 1 rep here, Henry Fox. District 1, you know, we are still working, on this elder repair stuff. We have some down at our homeless elder down there. Oh, we had a construction guy that decided to take some shortcuts, but working on getting that fixed and also getting some ramps for them over there, because I guess them ramp where the stairs are pretty slippery, but we're going to do that. Then we got Mike Heisler and his crew. We finally got the 4 homes set in place up by the community loop, water tower loop. Nope. What is it? Wild Rice Loop and community loops. Yeah. So we got 4 homes there. They should be able to move in them by the end of November. Boy, that was slow, but that was fast to get in. So, because when I want things done, I like them to get done. But I guess where I'm at right now, it's a hurry up and wait. But that's also good. At least it's there. We do have, our clinics. Hats off to them for doing their food drive, starting their food drive yesterday. That's going to be a helpful too. Commods, is stocked up. Food shelf, of course, is stocked up. But there's also a lot of wild animals running around out there that are pretty tasty. No. Don't tell Alfred that. No. But like I say, we are community and we pull together. Everybody pulls together in each community. They bring food. If a family is struggling, I know we just had a non-native family burn out in Lingby there, but looks like they're getting, pretty good GoFundMe there to help them. I think she has a daughter that is an enrolled member from White Earth here. So we're reaching out, to help them out too. And like I say, community members, I can remember coming into Rice Lake, when there's a death in the family or something, all the food that pours in and all the support, and that's everywhere here. That's who we are as Native people. We could go way back to where that guy come in on that ship. We were so good to them, but then they were so bad to us. And on all this land back and everything, all of these county commissioners know where I stand. And there ain't no change in that. All of this stuff our federal government is doing right now with food, MFIP and everything, they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't blame each other. We work hard every day, and I mean every day, even nighttime. Answer that phone, help them people out. Sometimes it gets a little tough. These last couple weeks were tough. We had meetings after meetings on all this, and we are where we're at today. We're going to survive. So, miigwech, I hope.
Miigwech, Henry. Miigwech. Eugene?
Buju Anishinaabe. This quarter, we're just finishing up with a couple big projects. We just finished up the Clark Road paving project, and then we added some additional grazing space for the buffalo herd. Our roads department secured some grant funding, so we're looking at starting some new projects next year. We got 2 shared use paths, and then we have sidewalk and street lighting for Natiwash area. The fiber project with RVIG, that's still ongoing. The last update I got on that was it's 80% complete, and they're looking at doing the cable splicing, I think next, over the winter and the next year. And then, the White Earth Housing Authority, we got those 4 new home sites, and then working with the land office to identify and zone some new home sites. And then we have, the Highway 59 homes we're starting. So hopefully we'll be able to get a lot more home sites up through the whole reservation. And then the food shelf in Natowash. So we're renovating the old pool area. We got some funding from the state for that, and then we got to put down some of our own money. But we're looking at renovating that into the new food shelf area. And at the last RBC meeting, the project did get approved. So then we'll also be working on the heating and cooling for the sports complex. And then, the wild rice harvest was really good this year. I think we pulled off the most we've ever pulled off on record. So it's 320,699 pounds of green rice we purchased. And the Harvest Fest powwow was pretty good. We got rained out a little bit, but it was good. And then we've been continuing to meet with the state and local governments, just trying to navigate through, this whole federal government stuff. We met with MnDOT, and then Minnesota Public Utility Commission, and then Department of Ag. So we're just working on, organizing our transportation projects and our agriculture, and then looking at some energy projects and planning with our Public Utility Commission. And then we hosted the Tribal State Relations training here last week, and then we also hosted the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe meeting. And then we also had some visitors from the Brookings Institute, and then we gave them a tour of the reservation, showed them a couple things that we're working on over here. They want to collaborate with us on like lobbying and stuff over in DC, so that some pretty big hitters, and excited to be working with them. And then I guess I just want to say miigwech to all of our staff. It has been a couple crazy last couple weeks, but I'm really really happy with all the contingency plans and everything that they came forward with us, and we're looking in good shape, and I'm glad we invested in the Buffalo program, and we got some really good options on keeping our people fed. So miigwech mio.
Miigwech. Laura Lee.
Bonjour, everyone. I just have a few updates. Going back in August, White Earth joined the 27th annual Anishinaabe Spirit Run again up in Red Lake. That was a really good event, collaborating with Red Lake, Leech Lake, and some other tribes. We took some youth up there. They put on quite a few miles, because it was from Red Lake to Cass Lake to Floodwood. So that was a good event. Chairman Fairbanks and the government relations coordinator and I had an opportunity to meet with some of the Becker County commissioners in August. One of the projects they're working on is a new cell phone tower on the Rat Lake Trail. As many as, if people travel out there, there's a lot of dead zones. So that's a really big project. We also talked about voting sites, some of the pop-up voting sites. As you all know, you can see how the government's kind of running, and getting voting on the reservation is really important. So we're going to keep working on that, one of them initiatives. Also, we did have Senator Klobuchar visit in August too. She toured the Benson and Turner meets in Waubun. She's a strong advocate for Indian country. So having her here, seeing us and having those conversations is really important. She knows how important our healthcare is, our SNAP. So she's a strong advocate. We met with the Minnesota DHS commissioner and the folks. We continue to talk about the traditional healing practices and the 1115 waiver as that pertains to tribal communities. We've been actively developing a plan here on White Earth for many years, so hopefully we're going to continue to move that forward. We also talked to them about housing stabilization services. There was some fraud going on, but that does not have a direct impact on White Earth. Another thing is Minnesota Attorney General, they hosted an expungement clinic here at the casino, and we had about 35 community members that received assistance, and that's a really great service that they provide. They bring their attorneys up and meet with our tribal members or community members, because if somebody had something on the record from 10, 15 years ago, people change. So providing that and having that service is really important. There's the construction construction on our transit facility in Waban, that continues to move forward as you drive through. It's on the south side of 113. They have the steel framing up, so they're continuing to work on that. They're working on the plumbing and the electrical installation, so it's a phase, they're doing phase by phase on that. The other project you'll see right in White Earth is a water treatment plant that there's a lot of groundwork going up in the old projects. There was 3 site options, and the one near the powwow ground was the best because the size of the building, it wouldn't fit where the old one was. So Pine Point, I met with the Public Works Department and they submitted a grant application. This is for a project designed for the long transportation plan. So that'll be like sidewalks and stuff in the community. A lot of people walk right on the road. So trying to create a safer environment out there for tribal members and community members. As you know, it's deer hunting time, so people are out hunting. So I just encourage people to be safe out there and look out for all the little trick-or-treaters tonight. It's Halloween. Another senator we hosted was Eric Putman. He's the Senate Agriculture and Rural Development Committee. He chairs that. They came and toured Benson and Turner's, but we also talked to them about, the impacts of USDA, and we talked about our bison program. So we're going to keep in touch with him and also work with him on hopefully some legislation for our wild rice too. We really stress the importance about protecting our rice here. We have had issues with airboats, so strengthening that on the state level is really important too. We also met with MnDOT, and one of the big conversations was the intersection of Highway 59 and State Highway 113. There's a lot of accidents on that intersection, and we really stressed to them that we need to do something there, whether it's lights or roundabout. When I hear there's an accident there, I just cringe knowing kids are going to school and, so they are going to collect some data there. They have certain equipment to collect the data, and then we'll regroup and see what the best option for that's going to be. We also met Secretary LaRocque, and my assistant met with Mike Swan and Mark Olson about a project out in Pine Point. They're proposing a new building design. They want to create a gathering space for community members, so they do have a grant that they're working with the University of Minnesota, and there's some graduate students. So they're developing a comprehensive business plan and getting all the community input to see where what project would, or, they talked about having like a little bakery in there where maybe the youth could go in there and run the bakery. So that's a project that we're looking forward to. Last week, we held the NEB symposium up here, the water. That was a really great turnout. The University of Minnesota came and a lot of other elders came. So the other update is the weatherization program that was previously managed by Mahubi. That was delegated to them years ago. And it was supposed to be a short-term just them guys taking. It got to be longer than it was supposed to be, but the tribe is exploring about taking that program back. There's a lot of training involved to get we'd have to hire somebody, get them trained. So we are exploring that option too. Another thing is the Toys for Tots program. Christmas is right around the corner. So we have the sign up forms out in the community. So I recommend reaching out to your community councils. I know they've been putting the forms at like gas stations, RBC, and at the different programs. So please get your families and your kiddos signed up for that. We don't want anybody left out. I know Mike Heisler is here for housing, so I'll let him speak to the houses coming up in White Earth. The other thing is Boys and Girls Club. We haven't had a club out in Callaway, the city of Callaway, for a while, and we went to the city and asked them if we could use their community center and rent it. And, at first we kind of went back and forth, but they agreed to it. So we're hoping to open that up next week to have a safe place for our kids to go. We do have schematics to build a new center there, hopefully. So we're trying to work on getting funding for that too. the Elbow Lake hasn't had a Boys and Girls Club for a while. You know, we did secure funding for a club out there, but we do have a plan, our Boys and Girls Club. They're gonna use the old Head Start building, so they're hoping to open that up around December. So I'm really happy that our staff are working really diligently and thinking outside the box and using spaces that aren't being used to put our kids in there so they have a place to go. You know, that's half the battle, to keep our kids busy. So that concludes my report. Miigwech. Oh, one other thing, the Veterans Powwow too. That's coming up. I just want to remind people, the 8th and 9th. So I hope to see you guys all there too. So miigwech.
Thank you, Laura Lee. Miigwech. I have another announcement too, guys. Kevin Dorman, our animal control officer who works on the reservation, announced that he has dog food available for anyone that would like some dog food. So if you need some dog food, please reach out to our animal control department. So, miigwech. Okay, next up is the White Earth Council of Elders.
Morning. We've done a lot in the last couple months. You know, we went on a Nicola trip. I didn't go on that because I wanted to stay back for the wellness clinic. As a matter of fact, we had veterinarians come from all over the place, and we're getting these wellness clinics and stuff, and our elders are first in line for any kind of our services with the wellness clinics and stuff. So we had a conference where we had Native American veterinarians come from all over the nation to not only bring up to teach some of us how to give shots. So this conference was like a 3-day conference, and at the end on Sunday, we started doing shots for elders' cats and stuff like that. So that was really nice. So I wanted to hang back for that because I didn't want to miss out. Mike was there, as a matter of fact, on Sunday for the last day. And then right after that, the following weekend, we had a SNP clinic too, Elders First, for our SNP clinic and stuff. So we're working real close with animal control to make sure that our elders have their animals taken care of. And Colleen has a report on a Nicola trip on what they did in Nicola. And we have also attended TEC meetings. We did the water blessings. We've done, we've been busy. So I'll let Kling give you that Nicola update on how that went, because it was pretty good, I guess.
I don't know if I need a mic or not. I talk loud enough.
Yeah.
So.
Colleen, why don't you come up over here? We've got a free space up there. You guys don't have to stand.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Have a seat.
Yeah, I'm loud enough as it is. So it sounds like I'm screaming now. Now I got all flustered and my brain is empty. I gotta start all over again. We had a good year with able to go different places, and the national convention was this year, so we were able to go to that, and my budget looked pretty good. So our ending balance we got a business savings account is $46,890, and then for our small business checking account is $2,860, $2.48. And that was the August report. And then I have the September report. We ended up with, after everything was taken care of in that, and we ended up with $21,790 in our business savings and $20,291. I had a lot of expenses coming up as our conference that we had. So I was kind of like, oh, I hope we have enough money. But I was surprised after all in all, in the end, we did well. So the conference was good, and it's geared to the two elders. So and some, if you go to the conferences as many times as I've gone to, some was repetition, but different people. So it was very interesting and well worth going. So in the end, our ending balance is $24,780. So we're sitting pretty good there. So we got Christmas coming up and stuff. We'll have something for the Christmas party. But we'll be meeting on Tuesday. So put that down on your calendar and come. So next Tuesday. So Elbow Lake. Yeah. Is there any questions from anyone?
Thank you.
I'd like to add too, we do have our next meeting coming up for Elbow Lake, and we'll be taking nominations for the seats coming up for the December 1st election here at the Shooting Star Casino. And then we'll have our next meeting in Nate-Tawash on November 2nd, where we'll give those results of the election for the new board. But before our meeting in Elbow Lake, I'd like to bring up, we've been asking the Elbow Lake Community Council since after the pandemic to if they could clear up those chairs and stuff that are there. It just takes up like a third of the building, and it's just stacks and stacks of chairs from the casino and stuff like that. But we're getting nowhere on that. The elders out there, every time we do go out there, they complain about all that mess that's there. No place to do puzzles, and they want that. They would like to have that exercise equipment back. Just the bikes and treadmill. They said that's all they're concerned about, just so that they can get a little bit of exercise. And so, if we could work on finding a place, a home for those chairs, and be able to get because wintertime's coming up, so they want to do puzzles and stuff like that. So just putting a bug out there in your ear for we can do something about it so that we got our center back. Thank you.
Well, I also forgot. I want to retire my treasure. I've had it. I don't even know how many years.
I don't know if somebody shows up that wants to
So,
see it.
So please don't even think about it or put my name on it, because I'm saying no. So, but no. No, it's not a resignation. I'll go all the way through December.
Quick question, where, if somebody wants to nominate elders, who do they reach out to? Or is that open now, did you say? No?
Yeah, nominations can be open now and stuff. And I did put in an article, to go ahead and text me, and I'll get the information to the election board.
Oh, okay.
But we're taking elections, if I'm correct, we're taking elections on our next meeting in Elbow Lake on Tuesday. So that's where we'd like to get the nominations in so that we can to the election board by then.
Okay, so just one, they have to go to the meeting to nominate somebody, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Miigwech.
Thank you again, Council of Elders, for your report. I appreciate it. All right, next up, we have the White Earth Elders Commission.
Hello, Missy Fairbanks at the Vice President of the Elders Commission. We've had a revamp of some things, so everything kind of got plopped in my lap because our secretary in our bylaws is supposed to do the year-end report, and all of a sudden it got presented to me. So I don't know what I'm doing, but I did write up some things. So in July, we received the Commissioner's Service Pros with training happening on August 12th, 2025. The Financial Commission budget was under in May. We are informed of having medical forms for our NACOA conference trip. We'll be joining together with White Earth Council of Elders. The bus is leaving on September 27th, 2025, and returning August 4th, 2025, and it's in Durant, Oklahoma. One elder concern report was turned into Curtis Rogers, and he stated he will talk to White Earth PD on it. A couple reports for next meeting were mentioned but not discussed. Some commissioners support the White Earth Council of Elders bus be only for use by White Earth Council of Elders. Commissioners Robin, Stella, and Missy attended meetings in Grand Portage TAC, the MTC delegate meeting, Elders Picnic, and Buffalo Necropsy. Tony and Lori, the Elders Picnic, and Emily, the delegate meeting. August, financial, treasurer not present, so no report. Discussions ongoing, drug use in tiny homes in District 1. Elders concern forms filed. Discussed who should be checking in on the elders. Should elder advocates? Concerns about shut-ins. Agreed we should all be checking on elders in each district. Training on Service Pros attended by 5 commissioners, 1 out with medical. Informed broadband training offered by White Earth IT at a different site for everyone. September. Guest was Colleen Blattenbauer reporting on the NACOA conference trip. Financial 2026 budget submitted for approval budget of NACOA trip for $15,116. Commissioners Robin, Stella, and Missy attended the National Elders Picnic on September 17th, 2025 in the Twin Cities. October, guest Colleen Blattenbauer was present to request at $5,638.12 for Commissioner's portion of the invoice from Anderson's bus. Financial table due to treasurer gone and no email sent. After a heated discussion, Robin said she resigned, placed her Service Pro on the table, and asked Missy's advice to carry on in the meeting. Emily took over. Missy reported on free hearing making and other classes provided at White Earth Technical Community College for community members. Lori reported the Elders Exercise program was canceled due to lack of funds. Emily met with District 3 people regarding ongoing concerns, and District 1 person needed help with wood processing. Stella spoke with elders regarding weatherization, wells, septic, and other services needed. She's working with Laura Lee regarding people near Strawberry Lake with no water or electricity. And that concludes the commissioner's report. And a couple questions that have been brought to me is that with this, and this is last week, with this food shortage, are elders going to be able to get a second deer permit? And that they said that would have to come up to the council.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. I actually did have that discussion regarding a second tag, and our deer population wouldn't be able to sustain a second tag, but we are still working internally on alternative to provide potentially bison, deer meat, fish, and some other food resources during this time, but we're still in that organization and also calculating the need and how many folks we'd be able to assist.
Okay, so that we will be able to share that with the council at the next meeting then. And then also coming back from the conference is, I guess I'll ask this question first. Does the dialysis unit, is that under White Earth control or is that under state control? It's
under public health,
Isn't
okay.
tribal health.
Okay, because at the conference, this is this tribal council resolution was brought up in Sisseton and Wahpeton. He wanted us to bring it back to our council, let them look over it to see how they can get our tribe can get governance over the whole dialysis because it's not working as normal plants aren't working as the government runs it, I guess, to say. So this would be, I did bring the resolution back for the council to look at and
We,
pass it on.
we do control it.
The full control of it.
We do control it.
Okay.
Can we get a copy of your report for the record, please? Thank you.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't. And then is there any questions?
Miigwech, thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda is the White Earth MCT delegate.
Bonjour, good morning, everyone. I'm Patty and I represent the White Earth Delegate Group. Let me see here. Just wanted to give you an update as to what the delegate group has been working on and stuff. I know that our report overlapped into October, but I think it's very important to discuss the TEC meeting that we attended on October 21st. And first of all, though, I would like to acknowledge our White Earth Council of Elders for attending our monthly Constitution meetings. That's very important for, input, education, and so on and so forth. So I'm really happy that they're there. They vocalize their opinions and so on. And, I think they were having some trouble with travel costs, and we'd really appreciate, them to attend those meetings, a monthly meeting, and that's usually on the third Friday of the month, in different reservations host that. So anyway, at the TEC meeting that we attended on October 21st, our 20th and 21st was held here at Shooting Star. There was a lot of things that were discussed at that meeting, and I'm just going to touch on them briefly because this is going to be the basis for our community education for our members. There's some very important issues that are lingering out there, and I think we need to, update our members, get your input, and so on and so forth. One of the things that we talked about that were discussed by the Tribal Executive Committee, TEC, was the election ordinance, the proposed election ordinance. There were some changes that were proposed, and our members, they had concerns. They had concerns regarding like the voting machines. They wanted the ballots hand tallied and so on and so forth. They want the MCT election ordinance to be uniform across the whole Minnesota Chippewa tribe rather than each reservation making up their own rules. That ordinance has been was tabled, and it'll be discussed here in December at the TEC meeting. I don't know where that meeting will be held or anything. So once we know, we'll share that information. So the election ordinance has been tabled. So you need to let any of us know if there's something that you would like to put out there regarding that. Another thing that we discussed at that meeting was the TEC. They approved a resolution. The resolution was number 9025, which is to define or clarify 30% of our eligible voters. Who's eligible to vote in our elections? That resolution defines 30% of duly registered voters, not qualified voters, to get secretarial elections and amendments passed. What that means is that if we go to the precinct and vote, we are a registered voter rather than the whole MCT throughout the United States. So that'll be easier, we believe, to calculate, get things passed. Another big issue that we are dealing with right now is the removal of the Secretary of Interior from our Constitution. That would remove his or her role from overseeing the Minnesota Constitution amendment process. Following a successful removal of the Secretary of Interior, the TEC will vote on a new oversight process, which will replace the Secretary of Interior authority over our MCT constitutional amendments. This will provide an opportunity for Minnesota Chippewa Tribe voters to directly make changes to the MCT Constitution through a tribal election process rather than having to ask the Secretary of Interior for their approval on getting that passed. Membership and enrollment. Our White Earth delegates have and will continue to seek member input on changes, solutions to this topic. You know, we've come out with a statement where we believe our delegate group in the conversations that we've had with our members is that, you know, we go forth with 3215, resolution 3215, which was passed in 2015, that will include all federally recognized Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Chippewa blood. I know that we did pass the recent inclusion of the Red Lake blood. So that has been done. And then our second option would be to approve all federally recognized Indians. I mean, Chippewa or not Chippewa. They can be any federally recognized tribes. Excuse me. And the third one would be no change at all to our membership. And the last one, I believe, was Wally Storbakken suggestion, opinion on membership is that we all be declared or full-blooded Chippewa, Ojibwe, and Anishinaabe. So there's different options out there, and you need to come to our meetings and tell us, you know, just what you think about some of them. Maybe somebody will have some great idea that we can take forth, you know, and stuff. So that too is on the, you know, back burner. In 2022, there was a referendum that was passed, or that was conducted, and at that time there were two questions that were asked. Question number one is, should the blood quantum requirement be removed from the membership requirements of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe? Question number two was, should the 6-member reservations bands of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe be authorized to determine their own membership requirements by band ordinance? Those were the two questions that were posed to us, and we voted on that. I think there was around 77,000 so many, you know, ballots that were cast in them for those two questions. That was a non-binding resolution or referendum by the TEC, and just to let you know that the White Earth Constitution reform delegates from White Earth are not supportive of going forward with that secretarial election for the 2-question referendum. We want to explore other options before we go, you know, to that. That was, like I said, non-binding. Another thing that was discussed at the the TEC meeting held here in Mahnomen last month was Minnesota land transfer. There's a lot of land that is held in trust for the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe. Okay, and there's quite a few acres that would revert back to White Earth if this were to go through. The senator from Minnesota, she needed a consensus from all the bands, the 6 reservations. White Earth has voted no. because there's some, there's some questionable, there's some, the transition to that is very questionable. We're afraid that, once that land is taken out of trust, where will it go? Does it come to White Earth? We don't know. We have to be, we have to recognize the political atmosphere right now in that decision. We're not sure if it's taken out of trust, will it come back into trust right away? We don't know that. We have to explore more of that. So White Earth has voted no on that at this point in time. Another thing that was brought up was mineral rights on these MCT lands. If they revert back to the reservation where they're where they're in close proximity to, those lands are held for us, the Minnesota Chippewa tribe. Let me see, the TEC ordinances. Okay, those interpretations, excuse me. There was discussion held at the last TEC meeting here in October regarding the interpretations, and the membership was very vocal, and they would like to see that the interpretations be rescinded, and the Minnesota Chippewa tribe members make future changes to the Constitution. Taking that authority away from the TEC. So that is on, that's another hot topic right now. That was the first interpretation was it's called I-80, which gave full authority to the Tribal Executive Committee. And the members feel that we should have that option to make changes to our Constitution. So we were taking all of this information that was discussed at the last TEC meeting, and on Sunday now we'll be meeting in Nadawash, our delegate group, and to put together our education, what we're going to take out to our communities based on this and getting our stuff together and stuff. So you'll see some meeting information that'll be coming into your community. So please, if you can attend, we'd like to hear from you. And our directive that we've taken at on White Earth is that we're going to continue amending and revising the current MCT Constitution. We're not going to write a separate constitution. And we are not supportive of the proposed alliance document by the other 6 bands. During this period, we conducted a community education meeting here at Shooting Star on October 20th. We discussed membership and blood quantum. We discussed the Minnesota Chippewa tribe separation. We discussed the alliance document and the education of the secretarial election process. We attended 2 TEC meetings in July and October, and we've had different monthly meetings at other reservations in July, August, September, and October. So that's kind of what we do. And right now, like I said, we're going to be bringing out some of these topics that were discussed at the TEC meeting, and we're trying to educate us on the importance of getting your addresses updated and so on, because I think that this eventually will, the Secretary of Interior removal will come to amend our secretarial election, where we would all have to vote on that. So I believe it right now, the TEC is going to clarify that 30% vote to say that it is a registered voter versus an eligible voter, okay? Once that's done, and I don't know where in that process that is or anything like that, I think that'll be, something in the future that we will have to vote on. So and we will have address update forms and stuff and whatever when we come out into the communities for these community meetings regarding that. So just trying to educate you on the process that we'll have to go through and so on and so forth. Anybody got any questions? We have it at 12 o'clock, 12 to 3, and it's going to be at the fire hall in Natawash. And that was just kind of like more or less a planning meeting as to when we get, the education, what we're going to do on Secretary of Interior removal education in the communities. We're going to start there, and try to get people, let them know how important this is and stuff that this will start us on a process that we're hoping that members will have the opportunity to vote on and to make up our own changes to the Constitution, which will be, that I think everybody's asking for that. Anybody else have any questions? A lot to digest, but I really, we have the support of our RBC here in White Earth, and and like I said, I'm really glad to see our elders get involved in that and have a true interest in that. So, miigwech.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would like to, thank the delegates for all they do. I believe the next TEC meeting is going to be, it hasn't been set yet, but we're looking at the Minneapolis Indian Center in December.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at that with some of the shutdown stuff that's going on. It's affecting a lot of the other smaller tribes. So their travel is getting they're losing money on travel and stuff like that. So we thought about doing a Zoom meeting, but I don't think we've always said we wanted to go out to the people, and I think we should be down there for our urban membership down there. So I think that's where the next probably meeting is going to be. Also on the removal of the Secretary of Interior, I think the delegates will also have, I think you might have mentioned this, Patty, but there's we put out a informational only process.
Okay.
That was given out at the TEC meeting for the process of what's going to happen. It schedules out the process of the secretarial election for the removal. So, and I think they would have it for the membership. So that's why I think it's very important for for people to maybe show up here or get in contact with our delegation to get that information out. Miigwech.
All right. Anybody else have a question? Miigwech.
Thank you, Patty. Yeah, I want to say miigwech to the delegates too for all the hard work and the time they put into this Constitution reform. And I know that they meet a lot, and I know the hard work and getting communication out to our membership is important. And I just want to applaud them and tell them miigwech again. And I think it's something that's a positive thing for our nation. And these are things that affect all of us in a way. So I just want to say miigwech to them again. And at this time, we're going to go on a break. We've been up here for over an hour and something. So take a little breather. We'll take 10 minutes. Motion to go on break. Motion by LaRock. Second by Henry. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes. right, guys, we're gonna get back into session here. It is 11:07 a.m. We'll resume the meeting where we left off at. Next up on the agenda are the program updates. So I'd like to invite White Earth Housing Authority to come up. Michael, Miigwech.
Uju, everybody. Kind of an awkward spot to talk, but I'll try to address everybody here. So as the tribal council district representatives were discussing there, we got 4 houses in Rice Lake. The concrete's set, the houses are set. They still need skirting and air conditioners, but they're getting set this week. Been working with White Earth Builders pretty steady on that. Dave's kind of been helping out a lot. I appreciate that. Nadawash, same thing. 4 houses are set. Still need air conditioners and skirting. White Earth, I believe the last concrete slab was poured this week. That's going to take a little bit further time to cure since the cold weather, but we're still hoping to have those houses set on schedule end of November, early December. You know, with weather, you got to be flexible with us on that finish date. But that's pretty nice to have that almost off of our plate and start moving forward for some new housing development ideas. We submitted, White Earth Housing has submitted it for an infrastructure grant this summer. We got an email on 10/27, so that was this week. It said that we were selected, and a congratulations. So miigwech to Don, my grant writer, for doing that. That's pretty awesome. The intentions of that grant are to put infrastructure on the ground for future housing developments. So my thought is once we get the infrastructure set, then it'll be a lot easier once we find some funding to just come set those houses on top of it. Initially, we're hoping to get up in Sunny Acres here north of 200. I've been really pushing to get rid of them. Our housing board passed to where we can get rid of those houses up north there. So that's going to be the push, you know, this next year is to get rid of them and replace those. We had a Minnesota housing conference down at Treasure Island in August. I was pretty proud to be part of that planning committee, and I believe that conference turned out really well. And since I was part of the planning committee, I really advocated for White Earth, and we got some amazing reviews from different tribes across the Midwest. So I was very happy with that. We submitted our 2026 Indian housing plan, thanks to Tracy and Levon and my staff. That's submitted. So hoping to hear back from them once the government comes back into tuition. I had no idea when that's going to happen, so my responses from them are nothing right now. Like if you reach out to HUD, you're not hearing anything back from them whatsoever. So you know that it's somewhat scary, but we got funds, so we're not too nervous right now. We can operate as normal, but you know those responses from asking questions and things moving forward is there, but we're still okay. We got the Minnesota Housing Homeowner Application repair. That application's available at housing. It's income restricted. I believe it's $93,000 something for you and your spouse. Children really don't matter. The application asks to put that on there, so please just follow that, even though the income really, truthfully, doesn't matter. There's a little gray areas in that, and we're trying to work those out. But yeah, 35 applications only. You guys got to remember that now. There's only 35 in a 2-year period that get selected by your district representative. So I know that doesn't seem like much, but it's a lot of work to get done in 2 years. So we'll be going after it again in 2 years from now. We submitted a Tax 6 application to the state to help fix up the Riverland apartments. We should hear back from them by December if we were awarded that or not. Working with their grant writer right now to submit another grant to the state about a distressed buildings grant and hopefully cover our ends on that. So that's the goal, and I hope to hear back from them. Good news in December. We've been working with the tribal grant writing team and economic development team on possibilities of developing a Hud-Vash village. That's been one of my huge push since I started. I really believe that'd be good for our community, but that's just a possibility. It's definitely, there's nothing for sure right now, but it's on the planning table. I submitted a technical assistance providing team to come to the casino here, and tentatively January or February, we want to do it's called Pathways to Home Ownership. That's another one of my pushes. I want to start pushing for home ownership on the reservation. This training will be at the casino here, and it's called Train the Trainer. So if you attend and you go through the whole course, you'll get a certification to be a trainer yourself. I think that's pretty empowering. You know, you get something out of it, and you get to know what, you know, all the steps it takes to becoming a homeowner and coming out of rental units. Let's see here. Oh, our insurance housing, we're finally getting to that. It took forever, but we got one dropping in Nadawash, one in Rice Lake, and two in Pine Point. They'll be the exact same style houses that you guys are seeing that are getting set in Rice Lake and Nadawash right now. They'll be pretty much the exact same things. Hopefully working with White Earth Enterprise on moving forward on utilizing their style of housing in the future. We got a lot of low rent exterior remodels going on around the res. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm trying to push to get the exteriors of these houses buttoned up, get some better siding, windows, and shingles. I know it takes a long time, but it's a working process. I call it turtle speed, but we're trying to get to where our exteriors are buttoned up. That's one of my big pushes. We have a big winter planning meeting on Thursday I have with my staff to where we're gonna go over all our stuff for the future of the winter and make sure that we're prepped and ready. We all know the weather is gonna be coming here soon. And then I just wanted to point this out before I close up that we've received 470 work orders in the last 3 months, you know, and that's just only to increase here in the next few months with furnaces going down. So, you know, our maintenance guys are really running steady. I wish I could have 25, 30 more of them. I just want to say miigwech to my staff, and then miigwech to all you guys for showing up and listening to me today. Any questions? What? We have fridges for rentals, yeah, but we don't just hand them out. But yeah, if your fridge is broken or whatever, just call a work order in and I can work with you on that. Oh, yeah. I'll send somebody out there. Go ahead, Barb. Yeah, that stuff like the interior remodels on cabinets and stuff it depends on the situation. You know, we try to replace them as we can go, but if they're still in working condition, we'll leave them. But I'll have them guys look at it when they go out there and check out your unit. Absolutely, yep. But that's it. Miigwech, guys.
Miigwech, Michael. Thank you for your report.
I just have a quick comment, Mike. I just, you know, that HUD-VASH funding that you're putting in for, I think that's very important. I know that, what's his name? I think Minnesota Housing, and there were some other ones too that were talking about that funding for that for our veterans. And I think we, you know, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council, but I think we would have property where if you were going to put a veterans village there somewhere, we'd be able to collaborate with you guys on a veterans village for the veterans, you know, so keep us updated on it. I love it. Yep. 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 Miigwech.
Yep, thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda is the Indian Health Service. Ramey?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. Just overall, we did year end for Q4 and turned out about $1.4 million short of our overall goals. That doesn't mean we're in deficit. It just means that we fell short in our goals. A lot of that had to do with our staffing shortages that were significant. Overall, we're at a 40% vacancy rate. All of the changes going throughout the federal system, we are certainly feeling them, including not being able to hire for an extensive amount of time for the majority of all positions. We have gone from hiring freezes to pauses to hold on just a minute, there might be something else, and then it's paused again. So we have been in this pause status with not a whole lot happening, being able to hire for most of all positions. We have extended all of our contracts, trying to get in several contracted staff for some of the supportive positions, including coding, billing, MSAs for patient registration, nursing, but we fall short. We haven't had a lot of applicants. My personal opinion is that what used to be considered a stable place of being under a federal agency doesn't seem to be that way with administrative changes that have happened within the federal system. So we're feeling the pain of that. Some of the areas that we are critically short on is lab. And when I say critically short, we have a total of 3 full-time lab staff for White Earth, Naytawash, and Pine Point. But we have far more provider staff and patients. So keeping up with that load has been difficult. There have been a few times that we have not been able to offer services for lab out in Naytawash, Pine Point, and half of a day in White Earth. So when I say critically short, it's critically short. The last thing we want to do is to cut services for any of our facilities because it hurts our patients, and we know that and understand that. We as a team have worked very hard and been very creative in coming up with different ways to fulfill some of those gaps. We have worked with a couple of the Red Laker lab staff, and they're going to be assisting us kind of behind the scenes so that the lab supervisor will spend more time out on the floor. And we do have 1 contract lab staff, and we will, in the next 2 weeks, be receiving another one, which is exciting. That just one makes the world a difference to be able to fulfill the needed requirements to take great care of our patients. So I will ask for continued patience when it comes to those components due to staffing shortages. They don't take leave. They're there every day. But sickness happens and things like that on a rare occurrence. So I apologize if any of you have been affected by our critical staffing shortage. We are doing what we can to serve our patients as usual. And we will continue to do that. So where we're short is lab, nursing, patient registration, coding, EVS, and therapy. We have gotten, which is exciting, an audiologist on contract who has started with us this last Monday, going through training, and she will be with us 4 days a week. We do need 1 piece of equipment for her to do a high standard of care with the hearing aids that we utilize. So more to come with that, but we should start being able to pick up on the backlog of the audiology patients, which is exciting. We have a food drive that we've started due to all of the federal changes and shortages and the system being shut down right now. We noticed the need for several different communities. And so we're working with Tim When we get all of our donations, we'll work through Tim and the elders to ensure that they're going out to all of the different communities. I have with me today Ms. Deanne Udby. She is our quality director. She has been in the role since last winter, and she absolutely is lovely. I brought her here just to experience what it's like. I typically, good and bad feedback go to her and myself, the majority of it. So I will offer her number, which is 218-572-4216. Again, it's Deanne Udby. And mine is Ramey Ronning, 218-983-6214. Good and bad. We welcome all of it. That's how we make improvements each and every day. That's pretty much all that I have for an update. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Deanne's is 218-572-4216.
Thank you, Ramey, for that report. I appreciate it.
No question? Thank you.
Okay, next up is the White Earth Community College. Is anyone here from the college?
Anim Buju. All right. So in case you don't know me, some of you may not know who I am. I'm Alan Dirks. I'm been the science instructor at the college for a number of years, and I'm currently the interim president. So I'm here to give the college's report. So on September 2nd, Alan Dirks was appointed interim president of the college by the college's board of trustees. As interim, I'm continuing to serve my role as academic chair and as a science faculty member. The board of trustees has started the process of searching for a new president. That's a lengthy process which will involve community input and feedback. If you have any questions about the search process, BOT, our board of trustees, will be the people to speak with. And the college we really like to thank our outgoing president, Anna Shepard, for all the work that she did for the college. During her time in leadership, we earned our first ever non-conditional accreditation from the Higher Learning Commission. So that's a huge step for us. And she started all of these construction projects on campus, including our phase 4 of new dining facilities and our wellness center. So we couldn't have done that without her. So we do want to give her a big miigwech for all the work that she did for the college. In our academic side, some exciting things happening this fall. Our new chemistry labs are up and running, so they were built over last year. So we're offering chemistry classes for the first time this semester. To help teach those classes, we brought on board another full-time science faculty, Dr. Larson. So he's enjoying teaching with our students this semester. For our fall semester, our enrollment started at 144 students, which is a little bit of uptick from last year. We have lost a few, as typically happens as the semester goes along. Our registration for spring semester is open now. So if you're interested to see what we're offering at the college, feel free to call us, stop by. We have several new programs underway, or we're increasing our offerings. So if you're interested to speak to me, stop by the college. We have a lot of fun stuff going on. In terms of some funding and grants, we received our big Title III funds from the federal government, Department of Education. These are the principal funding mechanisms for our faculty and academic programming. We received those for another 5 years, so that's in place. We also received a large supplemental Title III grant for 1 year to help boost some of our academic programming and startups. We also had our Head Start Pathways program for early childhood education. We've had that grant renewed for another 5 years with an increase in funding. That would help support development of degree programs at the college around early childhood education. And that would be in partnership with the University of Minnesota Crookston. Our customized education also recently received a grant from Minnesota. This is the Minnesota Cannabis Training Grant, and this will help train up to 75 individuals in the cannabis industry, aspects from, the legal regulations, the business aspect, and the growing aspect. Okay, so if you're interested in that program, come visit our customized education department. Some updates on our infrastructure. Again, our Phase 4 Wellness Center construction is nearing completion. We're undergoing the final finishes on that. And hopefully soon you'll hear a formal announcement from the college of a finish date and a ribbon cutting ceremony to invite our community representatives. Okay. We also have a mobile medical simulation unit. So this is I'm not gonna call it a bus, but it's a bus. Okay, it's a large unit full of training equipment for nursing. We had a grant that's being built for us, a customized unit, and that should be arriving at the college in March. And we will start shortly thereafter offering nursing courses at the college. The nursing courses will be taught by our partner, Northwest Technical College out of Bemidji, because they have the accreditation to teach nursing courses. So look for that. We'll have more announcements on that coming soon. Another construction project that's been going on at the college is a deep winter greenhouse. And again, this is being built to help grow fresh vegetables all winter long for our college kitchen to help feed our students. We'll also use the space to grow our plant starts that we hand out to community members each spring. Okay, and they're putting the final touches on that. Our community garden is also under renovation. So we're making new raised beds to make them more accessible to community members. And we're building a root cellar to help store our fresh produce over winter. Okay. Other projects that happen that are wrapped up this summer and fall include new parking lot surfaces, a brand new parking lot for our large Phase 4 extension, new concrete walks and curbs, and some updated landscaping. So the campus is looking pretty nice nowadays. So if you haven't been there by a while, drop by. It's a lot bigger than it used to be. Okay. And our big piles of dirt and mud are starting to get cleaned up. So it's looking more like a place to come and learn, less like a construction site. Some highlights from our community extension department. We had the Wild Rice Camp in September, and we had over 170 participants, including quite a few school groups. So we offered hands-ons, experiences, or demonstrations, all steps of ricing and processing process. We had an Apple Festival in August and had over 200 participants in that, featuring food preservation workshops. We're also developing an educational walkway along our campus grounds. We'll have some benches, a walking space, and identification signs to help identify different plants in the Ojibwe and their potential medicinal uses. Other projects underway for our community extension office include a seed keepers program, a food forest, and other culture and language related initiatives. In terms of cultural student engagement, this July we had 25 high schoolers participate in the college's robotics camp. So that was a 3-week camp. Students learned how to design and build a VEX robot from scratch. It ended in a very raucous competition day. Okay, but I think the kids had a lot of fun in that. And also incorporated into that robotics camp, we had quite a few cultural programmings, including lacrosse and hands game. At the college this semester, we started an Ojibwe Moan lunch table. So basically each day students can come by and practice the language in an informal setting. We've had ongoing lacrosse, moccasin games, and we had a birch bark earring workshop. Student services, to help keep students excited and engaged into the college. We've had quite a few events already this year. We had an intro to clubs event, a tea workshop, a family movie night, a vision board workshop, and Lunch and Learn alumni panel. We had an early registration event on September 29th and 30th, and we had 45 returning students register early, so that's a really good sign for us. In October, we had 2 students and 2 faculty attend the ACES Student Conference in Minneapolis. This is a conference related around Indigenous science. So the faculty picked up some really good tips on how to incorporate Native science into their teaching, and our 2 students met a lot of people, had some good networking, participated in career fair and such. And then yesterday, we had the Halloween bash at the college that was put on by the Student Senate. We had lots of young people come through the door. Haven't got a count on that yet, but they had a lot of fun. We gave out candy. We had some activities for them to do. And really that was put on by the hard work by our college Student Senate, staff, and our community partners that helped out as well. In terms of the federal government shutdown, it hasn't been impacting the college. Okay, so we've been able to give out our financial aid disbursements. We can pay our staff and faculty, no concerns around that. As the drawdown continues, who knows how long it'll last, we're developing contingency plans to help kind of move around funding so that we can make sure that all of our services we provide will not be interrupted. We also will be expanding our current food shelf to give more options to any students that may be affected from the SNAP benefits loss. Just about done, okay? So just to give you a heads up, we have a lot of new academic initiatives underway. Again, these things don't happen overnight. They take a while. You have to find the funding. You have to do the programming development. You have to sometimes hire new faculty members. You have to get accreditation. All these things kind of take a while. So a lot of these have been in the works for a year or so, and they should shortly, be out there so students can be enrolled in these programs. But these include trades, nursing, early child education, and additional programming in our sciences. Okay. And again, we're committed to our mission of academic excellence grounded in Anishinaabe culture, values, and traditions. Miigwech. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Any questions for our college?
Yes. Yep, so that's, again, under development, but that could potentially focus on construction technology, which could include carpentry, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, welding, that kind of stuff to start off with.
Thank you so much for your report. I appreciate it.
Miigwech.
Okay, next up are the community council updates. I'll call each one up. Callaway here.
Chairman, they are unable to make it, but they did submit a report that I can read. So on behalf of the Callaway Community Council, I extend our warm greetings and gratitude for the opportunity to present this quarterly report. As you guys may know, Callaway didn't have a community council prior, but there is one that is new. So they held their first event in September. It was a Grow and Gather event. It was a huge success. They had 13 vendors. They distributed $5 vendor coupons to encourage community participation. The evening featured a fireworks show. Youth enjoyed the bouncy houses. Throughout the evening, Behavior Health joined us to provide Narcan training and awareness, and they hosted a booth offering youth grab bags and fireworks safety information. In October, they had a Halloween celebration. They collaborated with White Earth Recovery Project and Need You Radio. Youth volunteers helped create a festive and spooky atmosphere. They had a trunk or treat contest with awards first, second, and third place for decorating. And the event was thoroughly enjoyed by families and children alike. Upcoming events, they're planning their Christmas Toys for Talk and Walking Shield event to support families during the holiday season. Additionally, they're exploring a community Christmas decoration contest, hoping to participate in the DL Parade of Lights showcase, to show their Callaway pride. They also had a community council member that stepped down, and they appointed a new community person, Richard Smith, to serve until the next election. They welcome him warmly and thank our outgoing member for their dedicated service. They're working on pursuing a 501c3 nonprofit status also. So they just want to thank the community for their continued support. Miigwech.
Thank you, Laura Lee, for that report. Okay, next up is Elbow Lake. Iron Range.
Probably need that. Our delegate couldn't make it, Ray Stetzinger. So I'm just going to kind of wing it. I don't have anything going on here, but what we've been working on is trying to preserve the heritage, you know, our native cultures around the Iron Range. There's a lot of natives around there that don't know we even exist. And I brought this up once before. I live a half a block from where our White Earth Iron Range Council meets, and I have been for 20 years, and I just found out about it, you know, about 10 years ago, since I've been going. But we have a unique opportunity. We have 80 acres over there that we've been working on planning a community center, a Native community center with plans to start programs, get some people to show some culture. Also to, right now, we don't have a meeting area. We borrow the city hall that we're at, the town I live in, that's where we meet. Thank God they let us come here, but we don't have any way to reach out to other natives around the area to show what we have to offer. I think there are a lot of people who think that we're kind of, you know, the tribe don't care about us over there. You know, I have relatives over there too that, you know, some moved here and some moved over there for work back in the day and never came back. Some came back, but I'm kind of getting them to come around once in a while. But I think we could, if we got a community center built, you know, I went through the area, we got the land, we got the plans, but our hurdle is to try to figure out what we can plan for. Now, I had just retired from Blandon a couple years ago. The Blandon Foundation came to one of our meetings 2 months ago, and they want to give us money. They want to match whatever the tribe could give us. And we also, I want to work in some programs for kids around the area for, you know, learning ricing and things. And then also to generate some money for us to be self-sustainable with a building, you know, ATV course for kids. And we have the land to have a course for gun safety and hunting and fishing. And, you know, there's a lot of programs we have on the line. I don't have the whole list, but we have enough to have a program every weekend minus holidays throughout the year some to generate to income to keep us going, and some just to keep the heritage and cultures going with the tribe. I think our RBC would get involved, but what we really need is a dollar amount that White Earth could help us with for the initial project, at least to get the prints and the planning going on how big we could get this building. And I think the Blandon Foundation, they want to give us money, but we don't have an amount that they, you know, that we could say we got coming or could use to match to get this rolling. And then I think if we got that going, I think we got newsletters out now that we sent over here is the only way we can reach people from the tribe over there, so they can send them out through newsletters, because we obviously can't get a list of names and numbers. But if we got a community center going, the word of mouth on the Iron Range gets around real fast. I mean, it's all you got to do is say what's going on and why it's going on, and people will come. And I think I could get a lot of people to come to a tribal community center if we get, you know, I have a lot of things to put in an entryway from my dad and my relatives and family. And I just, like I say, I think that we don't have anything to offer to get people to come to our meetings other than a pre-dinner and talk about what we can't get. And, you know, I've been there, going there 10 years now, and it's always been talked about the same thing, you know, trying to get this building going. And I just hope that somehow, some way we can get some people that maybe in the next meetings coming up, keep us in mind that we really would go forward with something here. And we have, like I say, a unique opportunity with Blandin Foundation. They have a lot of money, and the IIIB, I think, would get involved to help us out if we could just get a figure to where we can decide on how big we can go with the building.
Mr. Chairman, no, I applaud. I went to one of your meetings the other day, or a couple of months ago, and I've seen your guys' vision, and are you guys a 501c3?
You have to talk to Jerry on that. I don't think
that's
happened yet. I'm not sure.
They're not. Okay.
I don't think so, but we can work on whatever we need to do to move forward.
So what I would suggest is we got Michael Neusser here as our Economic Development Director. I would suggest that you guys reach out to him also for funding sources, because he has the grant writers for the White Earth Nation. So I would suggest you do that. If you know that 501c3 is very important when you have people coming to you and want to give you money. It really is. That does a lot for you guys. And we do have people that will give you the training what to do to get to your 501c3. We could ante up Andrea Kingbird over here, our general counsel, to help you guys too. I'm a sharer. I'm a sharing type of guy.
I'd like to give my phone number to any one of you guys that could, you know, because Louis is getting up there in age, and we're not. The things we bring up the meetings, we're not sure if they're getting to you guys here or not. And we just want to. So I beg to come here just to. Hey, this is what we got going on, and we, like I say, we have it. Blandin Foundation is willing to give a pretty good chunk of money to us, and I think that would open the doors to get us the people over there. We've got a lot of elders over there that they have services available that they don't know about, and we would like to get the word out, and I think something going would get the word out. But
I guess we could just let you know. I mean, I won't speak for the chairman or the council, but we basically have some resources for you guys. And when I was there for your meeting, I did hear it loud and clear what you guys want to do. We did. So I mean, but we can get you connected with the right people here in White Earth to be able to move forward. So, Miigwech.
That would be great. Miigwech, that's about all I have to say. That's our main mission right now. And Miigwech, thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you for that report. I appreciate it. Okay, next up is Monoman. Hey, Tawash.
All right, Miigwech. So I had some community advice, and I had to shorten down my letter. I know you guys don't like my 4 pages, which is fine. Bonjour, 2025 has been one of Naytawash Community Council's busier years for activities, events, and supports, not only for our service area, but for all of White Earth Nation and our connections. NCC does have a very active Facebook page, which we encourage everyone to follow and to post their events on. NCC regularly posts tribal, state, and national resources, conferences, and opportunities to our page. We would like to see a funding source created, which our membership could utilize outside of RBC employment to attend trainings and conferences to better not only themselves, but our communities. We also keep our annual schedule of regular NCC meeting dates posted at the top of the page, and we have our schedule posted monthly in the Anishinaabe Today. Miigwech, Gary. The world as we know it is in crisis, and NCC would like to offer suggestions we hope you'll consider. We would like to remind all of our members to register to vote. You can check your voter registration or register to vote at mnvotes.org. If you're not already registered to vote or need to update your voter registration, you can do so at your polling place on election day or at an early voting location. A registered voter from your precinct can go with you to the polling place to sign an oath confirming your address. In 2023, a new law passed where people with felony convictions are eligible to be voters in Minnesota once they're out of prison. In elections that are only for cities, towns, and our school districts, much like this year, polling places located in the Twin Cities metro area do not have to open until 10 a.m. Those outside the metro area do not have to open until 5 p.m. You can contact your municipal school clerk or county election offices to confirm your polling place hours. We want to say that the key to anything is communication. As elected representatives of our communities, often our members reach out during times of crisis and chaos for supports, information, and assistance with program processes. We could benefit our community by being part of the conversation during crisis rather than reacting after the fact to serve unmet needs. We also request the White Earth Nation RBC annually set aside a community council emergency funding, which our village councils could utilize during crisis, such as the June 21st storm or our current federal government shutdown. With emergency funding, NCC could have increased our $1,000 food voucher assistance in June. As you're aware, Naywash has always raised amazing athletes. Our village has also produced some of the finest mentors and coaches for White Earth Nation. We would like to request our tribal health programs and other programming work with us to create stipends and contracts for our coaches. If we want to fight diabetes and the opioid epidemic, we need to support our volunteer leaders and our future leaders. Growing up, I watched my dad volunteer coach in our community. He would buy equipment, balls, bats, and uniforms for his Naywash athletes. He paid any tournament fees, fed our team, covered transportation costs. See, our coaches are out there with years, if not decades of experience, mentoring our future leaders and giving them leadership skills that will always serve them, as well as creating that team or family dynamics that they'll need in the future. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read some of the events that we held since the last quarterly. Like I said, Naywash has been very active. We've actually held 10 events. I know we're only required to hold 4 events throughout the year. July 26th, NCC and Foston Theater kicked off our first monthly free movies on National Aunties and Uncles Day. We had over 115 guests, and we were excited to begin a regular collaboration with Kevin and Katie and their amazing theater family. Our families have been catching movies in Foston since 1956, and some of our little people were attending their very first movie, and honestly, they were quite impressive, being so well behaved and enjoying themselves. On July 30th, Tribal Council and the NCC sent over 90 households from District 2 to the Clearwater County Fair. NCC would like to request that funding be allocated annually for community councils to assist families with wristbands or tickets to our local county fairs. We literally purchased the wristbands, held the drawings, distributed them all within 24 hours, which was very difficult for us. Future planning would be great. August 12th, NCC and Food Sovereignty, Nicole Lafreniere, hosted a push-pull and knocker teachings at the Naywash Drum Hall. It was a one-day event, and Nicole was throughout the reservation. She was so requested. We greatly appreciate her and her tools and knowledge. We also had community members with decades of experience who were there to mentor and to just teach more of our community members what the best way to create the poles and the knockers. So, and we wanted to say miigwech to forestry for providing all of the poles and the knockers. As you've heard, August 20th, the Apple Festival was held in Naywash, and we had over 200 in attendance. That partnership included the Naywash Community Charter School, the Tribal College, our Tribal Health, our Education Department, our Natural Resources, many volunteers, and quite a few of our entrepreneurs from the community. We had bouncy houses and a petting zoo. The meal that the charter school created was definitely appreciated. On August 5th, Nadawash held our first annual National Night Out, and we had community volunteers, our community council, our Twin Lakes Volunteer Fire Department, the American Red Cross, Bounce and Beyond, White Earth Housing Authority, White Earth Behavioral Health, and Josie's Family Fry Bread Stand partnering. Our community members enjoyed an amazing meal from Josie, water wars, touring a fire truck, winning door prizes, and just celebrating together as a community. August 16th, the Foston Theater, the Nadawash Community Council, and our District 2 rep teamed up to provide 3 free movies and a school supply donation drive for our Nadawash Charter School. The first 25 youngsters at each movie received a free kitty combo. Kevin and Kate also began collecting donations for one of our community members who was hospitalized. Prayers for Drew was displayed across the marquee. On August 28th, the Nadawash Child Care graduated some of their biggins. Some of these babies had started out 6 months or 6 weeks old and were finally graduating. NCC and the Nadawash Child Care teachers met the week prior with community volunteers and teachers to sew ribbon skirts and ribbon shirts. We appreciate Lyra, Bev St. John, and Tara Mason for their incredible patience and instructions, because many of us had no knowledge of how to work any of that. August 28th, we held the Back to School Carnival and NCCS open house there in Nadawash. We had 260 registered attendees with at least 60 or more staff, volunteers, tablers, and planners. NCC and our education JOM department, our program, I'm sorry, helped with registration. Our charter staff not only set up, but they chefed for everyone. They coordinated the haircuts and the braiding, and they hosted the open house. Their teamwork was incredible. Frankie Steck was our DJ. I don't know if that's enough said, but we really appreciate him. He kept everyone very engaged. We definitely recommend contracting with him if you ever hold an event. We did have a little lady that it was her first haircut, and she just glowed. She was just so proud, and everyone just complimented her. We really want to say we appreciate White Earth Housing for stepping up. That was a huge event, and they were just incredible. Like, their support, the supplies, everything, they did amazing. Our Twin Lakes Volunteer Fire Department was a huge success with our kids. They brought out a fire hose, and yeah, a lot of the kids loved it. And we did have our past fire chief, Dave Snetzinger, with the Red Cross on hand to supervise the antics of our current fire chief, Eddie, and his current volunteers and their future recruits. Yes, there was snakes and reptiles on hand. I'm sorry I didn't get to see them or hold them, but I think that's really pretty cool. So then August 31st, NCC was actually a sponsor for the White Earth Nation first annual Back to School Bash. We sponsored the awards. Some of the volunteers in the community had reached out and they said, hey, we're putting this together. What recommendations do you have? And immediately we offered to pay for their awards, which we purchased through Creators Place. If anyone's holding an event or wants to purchase locally, they're amazing. Their prices are incredible. And we also utilized them for our Harvest Fest when we did the awards for first, second, and third place, and the plaques were awesome. So then in September, and I'm really sorry I did not write up our Harvest Fest because it was such a huge event, and there's just so much I could say. So what I'm gonna do is kind of read the schedule and give you a little briefing. So with our memorial walk, it's always well attended. It's, oh my goodness, it's right in the morning. It's ridiculously early. But we have elders, we have youth, we just have tons of people walking, and PD is always there to help us to make sure that everything is safe. It's at 8 in the morning. Our Harvest Fest parade, it's always well attended. Our kids love it. Everyone comes from all over the reservation and throughout a lot of places in Minnesota. This year, we were able to hold a dart tournament down at Pinehurst, and we were lucky enough to have the Shakopee boys host that tournament. And when we were developing the plans for that, we were thinking of their dad. So their family is huge into darts. They are touring nationally, so we're really proud of them, and we're excited to work with them as mentors for our kids in our community or anyone else that's willing to work with them and ask them to come into their community. We had our cribbage tournament, and we had our partridge shoot. If anyone, elders, youngsters, adults, if anyone's ever interested in the partridge shoot, huge turnout for that, and it's always fun. We have amazing hunters in our village. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I don't know about you, LaRock. You probably can't. I don't know. Maybe next year we'll invite you. I don't know. Horseshoes. Tribal College was available to help with our moccasin games and everything. We're hoping to each year make that a bigger and better event for that. We had the pie eating contest, which goes over really well. It was hilarious to watch some of our community council create those pies. So I have a lot of photos of that. We do a canoe racing, and we want more attendance. We were lucky enough this year, we had a volleyball tournament down at Pinehurst, and Tatum Weaver was our go-to gal for that. And she literally did everything for that tournament, and she was really incredible. Our beanbag toss tournament is always well attended, and actually that went into late hours, 8, 9 o'clock at night on Sunday. If anyone's seen the Res Ride videos, if you haven't seen them, find them, Google them. They're hilarious. The Rice Lakers. The Rice Lakers. I think they had a title. But anyways, the Rice Lakers were incredible. If you find that video, Cheryl Thompson, Carol Thompson, I mean, they even had a dog that wanted to get in there. We had some incredibly fast ladies that they also won. So we're doing that next year, and it's going to be bigger and better. And I don't even know if it could be better. It was so good. The fry bread contest, that's always controversy. So we did have guests that were not from Nadawash that judged that. Canada. But so they got to go home safely. We were lucky enough to get Nicole to run a Tupperware bingo down at Pinehurst for us on Sunday as well. So we're hoping to invite her back. And of course, the powwow itself was amazing. Not only did we, of course, hold all of those events, but Kane's Cruise also held a great fundraiser for the charter school. I can't speak enough about how the community came together for that, and the ride and everything was just amazing. Those guys are event planners, extreme. We also had the behavioral health community picnic that same week, and we were lucky enough to have lacrosse that same week. So it was almost like a 5-day event. It was amazing. Okay, so August 5th, we were lucky enough to partner with White Earth PD, Animal Control, Vindictive 9 for Love of Dogs, and multiple community members to host a SNP clinic. And we're hoping that RBC will help us to hold more of those clinics, sponsor more of those clinics. It was really difficult, but we did find the funding for that. But I mean, if there was more funding set aside annually, I think housing would appreciate that. I think our community members would appreciate that. And of course, our fur babies would. October 18th and 19th, my family sponsored our Halloween movies up at the Foston. We held 2 days, and we had 4 movies, and we had over 160 attendees. So it's a huge event for our people. So what I'm asking is if any of the White Earth programs or any agencies would be willing to sponsor a month because we're hoping to do this. No, we're not hoping. We are going to do this every single month so that our families can save that money and they can go to the movies. They can take their kids, because normally it's anywhere between $100 and $200 for one family to go to the movies, and we're not doing that. We're sending our kids up there for teen movies, scary movies. We're sending our parents up there. We've seen people go on dates. So, but yeah, so if anyone has programming, if anyone knows of any funding, send them our way. We would love to work with them. Like I said, District 2 rep sponsored co-sponsored one of our movie theater nights, and that was amazing and appreciated. Let's see, today we have at the charter school a trunk or treat, and we have glow sticks and bags and all sorts of fun treats. That's from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then here's some future events. This week we met with the MDVA and we invited them to the Veterans Powwow. We connected with the Powwow Committee. They will be providing space for them to meet with our veterans. The MDVA would like to bring up a lot of their resources. VTEMP, they've already been meeting with Mike Heisler over at Housing. So they have a lot of things that they can give to or bring back to our community for our veterans that our veterans aren't aware of. We have the Minnesota Homeless Veterans Registry is something that our programs and our individuals can actually help with intakes for. It doesn't have to be a specific person or a specific program. It can be an individual. It could be a veteran themselves that would be able to complete that intake and submit it. We have tribal officers and county officers that legally have to be working with our veterans. So if there's any veteran that ever has a need, whether it be repairing their homes, taking care of and fixing their vehicles, whether they're homeless and they need a hotel to stay in, our veterans need to be served and they need to be taken care of for all that they've done for us. Sorry, I don't mean to get on a soapbox, but my entire family, my uncles, my grandparents, we're veterans. So your first contact, of course, is going to be HUD-VASH, and if you would go through White Earth Housing for that. But if you have any other questions, you can always come to Naytawash Community Council. We do have members in the homeless program. We have members in behavioral health, and we want to serve our veterans. Okay. And like I said, MDVA is going to be here. We're hoping Allie Keir will be the one that will come up, but someone from her team will be up here for Veterans Powwow. Right now, we have an Amazon registry for a youth and elder winter gear. So if anyone wants to shop for elders or youth, not just in Naytawash, but for our communities. And then in December, we'll have our Santa Day in the Village. And of course, we're already gearing up for the White Earth Nation toy giveaway, reaching out to family, friends, charter, different places to get those in. And every community council is probably stressing that. And then just some recaps from not only our April quarterly and our July quarterly. Again, we're asking for consideration and support in creating a Naytawash Community Center. Our current community center has been broken into multiple times. The windows are left open. Items stored there are being destroyed by vandals. The place is overrun by rodents. The black mold is dangerous for obvious health concerns. And the asbestos is also a health concern. We're not able to store anything there. Currently, all of NCC stuff is stored at individual homes or in garages. So we would appreciate being able to sit down with anyone to work on that. NCC would like to request that any tribal programs hosting activities and events within our community reach out in advance to partner or at least provide event information so that we can share. We recommend that all White Earth commissions, committees, and task force include at least one representative of our community. Naytawash is very active. They don't have to be a community council member, but we want someone from our community on each one of these task force because we're vocal. We'll fight for our communities. NCC recommends RBC programs implement lived experience consultants and talking circles to better our programming and for feedback on decisions affecting our communities. Stipends provided to gather feedback from our communities would not affect benefits such as SNAP, food distribution, MFIP, or MA, and they would greatly benefit our families and elders. NCC is requesting funding to also be set aside for elder talking circles throughout our communities. We are requesting also that our White Earth Education Department review our current graduation incentive of $200 for 2026. We would suggest an increase of at least $500 to better reflect our tribe's respect and honor we give to those who complete and pursue graduation. NCC would like to request programming to support families who have members who are young runners and elder wanderers. Education and support items such as GPS wristbands, smartwatches, and air tags for safety are required. We would like to invite our Tribal Community Council, I lied. We would like to invite our Tribal Council representatives to attend our regular monthly meetings. They can submit agenda items and volunteer in our communities whenever there's an opportunity. Miigwech for respecting our community's feedback and requests, and we encourage everyone to volunteer in our communities and to please feel free to attend any of our planning and regular monthly meetings. I did miss something here, and I noticed one of our representatives is at one of the tables, and he'd probably yell at me if I don't bring it up. But we want to know what's being done with the old IHS clinic in Nadawash, and if it's possible that we could utilize that for storage and or start using that for a community center, because we know it's not getting broken into and it's safe compared to our rats, mold, and asbestos. And a key. Can we get a key?
I think we were actually when I was actually government relations coordinator, we had talked about creating that space for veterans to do outreach. So I think our tribal health program is working with that, and maybe Laurier can.
Yeah, we'll get you an update.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, we have to still wait for the timeline for it to be turned over to us. Miigwech.
Come in.
Sorry.
Is there anything? Dude, I gotta write this out. Dude, I was over there at work typing just hard.
Well, Miigwech, Miigwech for the Native Wash Community Council report. I appreciate it. Next up, guys, we're going to go into lunch. I know we kind of went over 9 minutes here, but tobacco was passed to Jeff to do a prayer. Jeff, do you want to do a quick prayer for the food? Miigwech. Oh. Yeah, elders. Go, Weeson in. A motion to go on lunch break, Council. Motion by Henry. Second by Eugene, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries, thank you. Weeson in. We'll get started here in a little bit, guys. We'll go back into session now. It's 12:45 or 12:48 p.m. Where we left off at is the community council reports. Next up is Cass Lake. Is Cass Lake here? Pine Point.
Chairman, they submitted a report that I can go through. They had collaborated with White Earth PD about bike safety class in the community. They also, let's see, the community provided a cleanup on May 29th. There was a community picnic on August 7th. And then, the Pine Point Community Council is concerned about there's no CSO currently in the village, so they've been requesting that. July, they had fireworks and a picnic. They're also hosting cultural camps. They did some donations to men's softball team tournament that went to Red Lake to play. August, they had the powwow, their res card parade, and their demo derby. They had floats the res card and floats, 500 for first place, second 300, third place 200. They had trophies and medals. They also did a bike giveaway, 6 bikes for the demo derby. They have a solar project going on that broke ground August 15th. Construction's going on now, and that's going to be for the school. They also, I touched on the gathering place that they're working on, and they mentioned the maintenance person. They're not sure on that status, but they were looking for an update. And then the White Earth Natural Resources utilized the old school for a public meeting on water management, the LLCMR, just last week. They are having a Halloween event today. And Creator Place donated picnic tables to the playground. So that concludes that.
Thank you, Laura Lee, for that report. Pine Point. All right, next up is Rice Lake. Wobbin here. Uh-oh.
Testing 1, 2, 3. I don't really have a report, but I'm going to sing you a song. No, I'm just kidding. I was recently appointed as chairman of this council. So this evening we're having a trick-or-treat party at the community center in Wobbin. There's going to be pictures taken, and I think there's going to be first, second, and third place kind of sort of gifts or something. And that's going to be from 3:30 to 5:30 today. Our big event this past is Wobbin Days. It was very well attended. And then it says many people were there. So I think that's kind of sort of about the same in it. Well, anyway, our next event was to take place last week, but
got rescheduled because of a conflict. And it's going to be tonight. After that little get together there, 3:30 to 5:30, there's going to be a meat raffle at the Sundown Saloon. And here we go. $10 for 10 tickets, $15 for 20 tickets, $30 for 40 tickets. It's going to be 4 meat packages, 5 drawings for something, and 4 drink tickets. This is the last minute notes that was written down by. And the last meat drawing would be for a breakfast bundle, and I guess that's supposed to be really good. All kinds of things. This is coming out of the that new meat market up there in 59. So they got some good stuff up there. And I also want to make a brief report from the White Earth Veterans. I'm currently their treasurer, and I don't have any figures for that one. We're still working on that one because my first meeting, I've only been for 2 weeks. Anyway, want to let you know that we are available for funerals and for the gathering, the powwows. The one thing that we wanted to make notice of is that when you do have these events, please put on there that we usually are there, the White Earth Veterans. And we're also available for any kind of things that we can be used for. We appreciate that, and we always are willing to go. And we travel. We've done that a few times. So that's a comprehensive report of all kinds of things that we got going on. Any other further questions, please feel free to ask, and I'll pass it off to somebody.
Be good, Cheryl.
Yeah.
All right, next up, we'll call Rice Lake. Robin, you want to come up? Hit that button, Robin.
There you go. Good afternoon. At the beginning of August, the Rice Lake Community Council and District 1 Rep. Henry Fox, we provided 250 wristbands for the Clearwater County Fair for the kids so that everybody could attend. On Monday, August 4th, we gave away cedar trees to the coincided with the CSOs for Rice Lake or District 1, and we gave cedar trees to the residents and put some out at our powwow grounds. Tuesday, August 5th, the Rice Lake Community Council helped with the National Night Out that was sponsored by the White Earth PD, and the White Earth PD had raffle prizes and everything. Unfortunately, it wasn't a real good turnout because the Boys and Girls Club had a trip to the cities and stuff. So, but we did have a few kids show up anyway. So that was nice. Tuesday, August 19th, we held our first end of the summer bash. We had a good turnout. We rented bouncy houses from the party store in Bemidji. We rented the photo booth from Frank Steck, and everyone had a chance to put on silly hats and everything and get their picture taken. They really enjoyed that. Grandpa Guy's food stand catered food. We had burgers, hot dogs, chips, and pop. We also had some fun water games, volleyball, and we had some of the guys, well, some of the kids too, race in high heels and everything, so that was kind of fun to watch them. We also had some door prizes, and District 1 gave out school backpacks. We had 93 adults and 120 kids attend that event. On September 20th, we had our annual Battle in the Bog Demolition Derby. We had 10 adult class racers, 14 class racers, and 2 powder puff racers. We sold 200 tickets for raffle prizes, which were an 85-inch TV, a mini bike, outdoor patio furniture, and also a TJ Maxx and a Walmart gift card. We also had bike raffles for the kiddos. Wednesday, October 22nd, District 1 Rep Henry Fox donated 120 pumpkins, and they were handed out to the District 1 kids. On Saturday, October 25th, we had our haunted trail. We handed out our pumpkin baskets with candy. Any of the leftovers we donated to the Rice Lake Head Start and Boys and Girls Club. We had 2 pickup trucks pulling trailers with straw bales on them to take people through the haunted trail. Grandpa Guy served taco in the bag for free. He also had wild rice egg rolls and wild rice soup and apple slice with caramels. And we also served hot chocolate. We had 77 adults and 161 kids come to that event. We also have a donation area in the back of the back hallway of the Rice Lake Community Center where you can bring clothes or household items and stuff, or if anybody needs anything, they can come in there, look for clothes. There are household items back there also. Rice Lake Community Center. Feel that we have bouncy houses and stuff at Rice Lake for birthday parties or any events that are for rent. And we're looking forward to these last couple months of the year and planning events for the Thanksgiving. We're not quite sure how to go about this. We're going to discuss it some more, whether to give turkey giveaways or have a complete community dinner down in Rice Lake. And then planning something for Christmas also. I think that's all I have. So everyone have a fun and safe Halloween.
Miigwech, Robin. Thank you for that report. Miigwech. Okay, next up is Whiters.
Chairman, they submitted a report. I can summarize. The Whiters Community Council is currently working on the RBC Toys for Tots distribution. We have flyers up and posted the applications out. We're also working on the Halloween party, which they actually held on last Saturday on the 25th at the Whiters Community Center. They had a bunch of the cakewalk and different games, and it was a good turnout. Whiters Community Council co-hosted the Behavioral Health Community Picnic in July at the new playground. They had food, door prizes. They estimated approximately 250 plus children and families attended, so it was a well-attended event. They had the firework show at the Sturgeon Moon Powwow on July 25th. They had approximately 300 dancers for the powwow and 10 plus booths. Each year we get more dancers and people in attendance. at the powwow. September 18th through the 21st, White Earth Community Council members opened up the centers for families and children to come visit. Mental health services were available. Food was provided, and the cultural team held a pipe ceremony on the 18th for anyone. September was a tough month for our communities. We had some losses, so having available services was really important at that time. November, the Community Council is going to hold drawing for 15 Thanksgiving dinner baskets. Another thing, the Community Council, District 3 actually did a school card giveaway, and the Community Council also donated so people entered into the giveaway, and then we did a raffle for that to try to help some families out. The White Earth Community Center has been booked for several events, July, August, and September, and it usually fills up pretty quick with wakes, funerals, birthday parties, and other events. Miigwech.
Thank you, Laura Lee, for that report. I appreciate it. Next up is the White Earth Urban. They don't have one, so. But I want to say thank you and miigwech to all the community councils that come up and did your reports. And, you know, of course, Tribal Council is, you know, so grateful that, you know, that our councils and our leadership that goes throughout these community councils is something that's really unique and a blessing for our nation. So miigwech to all the workers out there and everyone that takes part in those committees. So miigwech. All right, next up we have old business. We have the Creator's Place.
Tracy, did you get an update by chance?
We had a conversation about maybe a week ago, and he does have an update. I don't have anything on it. We just had a discussion, and then he was preparing something.
We don't need action today in it?
Is anybody from there? Is Gene here? I think he was gonna say a recommendation.
Jeff, see if Michael's out there. Do we have anything on, was there action to be done on it then?
So they are requesting funding, Chairman. That was the big, I believe there was like 180,000 or something they were asking. You know, our White Earth workforce is partnering with them to do case plans with them. So that's why our Economic Development Department was going to meet with them.
Is he coming back? Oh, Mr. Chairman, there's a report in our packet, and I think it's about the same thing that we talked about last month, and it is about funding. I do see there's a request for funding. So we did talk about it at the last meeting, and they did have people here at the last meeting. So I don't know if we still need them to come for it again, because there's a pretty detailed report in our packet right now, so. But I would like to listen to Michael, what Michael found out.
I kind of remember a little bit more. We talked about him having them give him a business plan, and talking about gross profit margins, and with the funding, it would have to be general fund, and there might along the way be other smaller grants that could possibly kick in as he picks them up. But I think the 180 request would have to come from general fund, and it being a workforce type of hybrid program, we'll call it. But I think it was something along the lines of meeting with a small business development company to kind of assist with that business plan in looking at income statements and balance sheets and things like that. But I believe he was okay with it.
So, and the update that Michael had just given me was when he was scheduled that meeting with Gene to go over those things, it was canceled and rescheduled. So he said no movement at this time until they present up to the tribal leaders in person.
I think Laura Lee wanted to.
So I think, out in Pine Point, that I think we all know that is a really good program out there. And, Gene has went above and beyond to help out the Pine Point community out there. And I know it's a funding request, and I think their funding or their fiscal year is coming up here. So I would like to at least make a donation of half of the funding that they're requesting and to work through continue to work with Sandra St. Clair, who helps, work with the employees with the case plans. And then at least that can hold them over and then, help our tribal members and community members out there.
Is that a motion? You'll make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for half of the amount requested. So of the 180,000.
Be 90,000.
Yeah, I motion to approve the 90,000 and to work with White Earth Workforce.
Motion by Laura Lee for $90,000 to help fund Creators Place out in Pine Point. Second by
I'll second it.
second by Mike LaRock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion carries. Thank you, Miigwech, on that one. We'll get another report on that, guys, and we'll get another more information to you at the next meeting on more clarification on that, why they were in here. But we have been working with them diligently. So because there's a lot of jobs out there. They do keep I think they get 16 hours a week out there. So it's a good program out there. Next up is the Monoman Tribal Community Council Rock Your Mocks Round Dance 2025. That was tabled. Any questions on that, Council?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do have the budget and everything's in here, so, and then there's also there's an agreement for services here also, but I think it might be the old agreement again. Is that the new agreement?
No, it should be the updated one.
It is?
Approving the budget, but subject to meeting with you afterwards to reconcile.
And I don't see any, what one of the things that we were talking about with these budgets is that we don't know if there's a stipend in here or not, but there's no stipend listed in here, so.
They would not be taking a stipend. That's
Good,
why it's
okay.
not included in the contract.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Eugene, you have any questions? Motion to approve the Rock Your Mocks 2025 budget.
Motion.
Motion by Eugene, second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is the Veterans Day powwow. Any questions in that, Council?
Again, Mr. Chairman, they did submit a budget, and we did talk about it. They also did submit a contract for the services, and they do have the contracts for all the host drums and all the whatever they need to do. They have a contract for it. One of the questions I think is that I don't even know if I want to really go into this really right now, but we have some powwow committee members sitting here for this powwow committee covers our 3 powwows. They cover our Mother's Day, they cover our big powwow, and they cover our Veterans Day powwow. And we've been having some challenges with our powwow committees with the financial part of it, so we're trying to straighten that out. And I believe we straightened it out now. So if you look at if we got a copy of their budget, if anybody has a question about it, I guess we can talk about it. It's and the other thing is that the behavioral health does fund our powwows, and we always look at last year's amount to this year's amount and see why they're different. And this amount is different because we had asked them to put the stipends in this year's budget, and that's why it's a little higher this year. So the council would have to make a decision whether they give them what they got last year or give them what they're asking for this year? That would be the question, Mr. Chairman.
So Executive Lori, so they have what, how much do they have it in their budget?
Behavior Health has budgeted 55,000 for this particular powwow.
And that was last year's powwow that that's what they budgeted last year, and then they budgeted it this year. Same thing.
55,000, yep.
Yep.
So we just go outside the budget if it's more money? Is that what we do?
Yeah. Yes.
I think there was a question about the stipend amount too, but I don't know if all the tribal leaders are good with that. I do have a quick question for the powwow committee. Do you guys have your bylaws written and approved yet? Are you still working on them? Okay. So who's signing the contract, or who has the designated authority to sign it? Chris? Okay.
Yes, please.
If you approve it.
It actually would be, I mean, I hate to say it, but it would be Behavior Health that would pick it up.
Is that going to affect Behavior Health's budget in a negative way, or how, or I guess would be my question? Or what, I don't know. I know I had questions about Behavior Health budget, and I'm still waiting for an update about it, so.
I would say any kind of amendments and changes would affect your budget, but I don't think this, because Tracy, we did go over with Behavior Health their budgets, and they do have a strong, I mean, there is some areas, but we're not going to go into that today, but they do have a reserve, and we're kind of worried about the reserve, so it's an extra, what is it, an extra $15,000? To be honest, my opinion only is I don't think it's going to bother their budget very much.
Executive Director, do you have any input on it? Just because I haven't seen the whole Behavior Health budget yet, so.
Well, as Secretary LaRocque has said, that anytime that we have an amendment to a budget or projections, it will decrease in another area. Overall, that's all I would say at this point.
I would make a motion to pass it.
All right, we have a motion by Mike LaRocque on the floor to pass the Veterans Day powwow as budgeted.
As budgeted.
All second.
Second by Henry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Chairman, I'll fill in the contract that's here, and then it can be signed. It's handwritten in right now.
Okay, the next on the agenda is the biggest one. I suppose everyone's hanging around are the elder cards, the $25 Christmas cards. No. Everyone's glaring at me now. No, but I think this is, can we get in advance? But no, I mean, this year, last year we did $100 for our elders, on and off reservation. I think this is something that we continue to support, and we appreciate our elders that are still part of our nation. So I want to say Vigwish Salem. So I'm trying to use good words here, guys. But motion to approve the elders Chris cards for $100, and we'll have it set up.
I had a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Huh?
I just wanted to bring to your attention something real quick. So this year, there was a request by tribal leaders to do Visa cards rather than Walmart gift cards. And if we do the Visa cards, there are different options. For 6 months, it'd be an additional $5,830 added to what would have been budgeted at $100. Or if you did a 12 months, which we recommend, would be a $5,940 increase. Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
And just to let you know, the Visa card could be used anywhere, but we were looking at the Walmart card. If it was a Walmart card, you could only use it in Walmart. I don't really need to explain that, I guess.
Our ATMs here accept Visa cards.
No, I'm just kidding. Where do I apply for mine? Oh,
So we have to make the decision about Walmart or a Visa card? So it'll
No,
be.
the decision would be, well, yes, if you go with the Visa card, knowing that there'd be additional costs, and then if you want to go with the 12-month addition, knowing that there's an additional cost of $5,940, which is recommended. There's other options, 24 months and 36 months, but then you get into 6,930 and 8,030.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to go with the Visa cards,
With the $100.
with the $100 Visa cards.
And the 12-month timeline?
Yeah.
Miigwech.
Motion by Mike LaRock for $100.
I'll second.
Second by Laura Lee. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Vigorous.
Yeah, just, and maybe, can you walk the elders through or let them know?
Now that that is approved, the form will be available. We will be posting the form on at the RBC offices, urban offices, newspapers, ENP, community councils, Facebook, and webpage. Elders will need to reapply this year as well. Miigwech. Well, actually, we have deaths in our community as well. So if we have, just send them out to old addresses or to folks without reapplying. When we're serving, these gift cards would be available throughout the United States. So it would be very difficult to keep track of each of the deaths that occur.
It'll be a simple process, so it's not going to be something tedious. I mean, if you need, we can have the forms at your next meeting, hopefully. When are you going to meet again? Maybe hopefully we'll have a form by then. By Monday, we'll have a form for you, okay? So don't worry. We'll get you. We won't forget you. We're not going to put a deadline like you have 1 week to apply and it's over. It'll be open for a while. So let everyone know. Like you said, we'll put it all over our webpage, our Facebook, and also in the newspaper that we'll have this application. We'll have Gary make sure to put an application in the paper too, so, or places to apply at EMP sites. Yes. Yes, Missy. That'd be awesome. Question in the back? Thank you. I think the next thing we have is the Highway 59 homes update.
Hi, thank you for. Oh, got my posse with me. Hi, I'm Nick Fairbanks, 38, like long walks on the beach. Sorry, wrong meeting. Sorry about that. No, I'm the sales manager for Highway 59 Homes. We just started this process here in July. And if you've driven by White Earth Enterprises, we have 3 concrete pads ready for some houses to come for models for you guys to view. We're still working on the process, just getting those here. The open house and cutting ribbon event is still to be determined, but it's coming quick. We're super excited. We're gonna, if you have any vendors here, I would love to have you here to show us your arts, crafts. Hopefully it's not. Well, if it's cold, obviously we'll make space for you inside to showcase your items. Just our vision, I guess, is just to help everyone through the entire process for home ownership for our members. And I'm gonna my vision is just to help for some home buyers for sure, and just go through step by step, try to make this as easy for everybody, and just trying to be a point of contact. And then we have great leadership behind me here that'll help out and help with all the stages to get these great manufactured homes onto our lands. So yeah, just wanted to come up, and if there's any questions I could help out with, that'd be great. But yeah, just very excited and just yeah, ready to help out everyone. So
Nicholas Fairbanks.
yes, yes, Nicholas Fairbanks. Yep. I like long walks in the.
Get more information on this for you.
Bring my jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have business cards with me and some brochures too, if you'd like some, just to take a look at them, and love to chat with you one-on-one. Absolutely. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Big Rich. Nick. I'm on you right now. Big Witch. Yep.
Big Witch, guys. So it's something exciting that's coming here to White Earth is Highway 59 homes. So council supports it. We're working on a down payment assistance program. We're doing a lot. So it's coming soon. All right, next up, we have the consent agenda. I'll go through the consent agenda. And after the consent agenda, I'll go into, I'll ask council the motion to suspend the rules and add in the 3-minute public comment period for all our members that would like to speak to us on about anything they want for 3 minutes. They'll get so, because we didn't put it in the agenda. So, but I know it's part of our kind of our what we do up here, and we give our membership ample time to talk or what they have concerns about. So we will have that open for the floor. So, but right now we're going to do the consent agenda, and I'll read it off real quick. First one is behavioral health. We have a letter to DHS on consultation, Medicaid, Bluestone Strategy Partners resolution.
Bluestone Strategies, Mr. Chairman, and Partners Resolution. This would be technical assistance in electronic health modernization and self-governance efficiency. So this one out of behavior health is specific to that. Nope, that is a different one. This one is for the 638 IHS process, and this would be covered under the reimbursement costs and consultation, specific to the electronic health systems, EHR systems.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is compliance gaming ordinance definition revisions, October 25, and resolution. Economic development, we have the Grant Solutions Federal Portal Access, Bluestone Strategy Corp agreement, jurisdiction agreement through economic development, and for education, we have the variance request, JW and MCCLC, with the relicense of MECCLC, with the child care license renewal, ML. For finance, we have Oshkomendu roof repairs, Gordon Construction and Contract, Nadawash child care site, Gordon Construction Contract and resolution. We have the food shelf fit up, Bevins Enterprises and contract and resolution. We have Nadawash child care site for White Earth Builders contract and resolution. We have the Clifton roof and remodel, Donier construction contract and resolution. We have the Callaway Boys and Girls Club ICDBG application and resolution. For health, we have the 2025 to 2027 CSBG and MCAG application resolution. Also, we have the WIC grant amendment and resolution. Also, we have the bilateral modification of FY26 for MNI funds. We have the Tribal Health Garage, White Earth Builders quote. And for human services, we have the MHFA Bring It Home grant and resolution. For ICW, we have kinship amendment contract. We have the State of Minnesota Child's Mental Health grant and application. For legal, we have new LLC requests for TFP, REP, and RB. For natural resources, we have EPA Swiffer grant application and resolution. Forestry Office cleaning contract, DM and resolution. We have the IAC membership and resolution. For public safety, we have the BIA law enforcement enforcement grant and resolution. Public Works, we have the MOA with IHS BE-25-L91. And for ratifications, we have Finance, Clifton Roof and Remodel construction contract, behavioral health letter to DHS for consultation on Medicaid. And for economic development, we have the jurisdiction agreement. Ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda and also the ratifications.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respectfully request a motion from one of the tribal leaders to take jurisdictional agreement from ratification and from consent agenda and move it for further discussion in executive session. And then also under Tribal Health Garage, there needs to be an edit or change. I had this form that was just handed out to you all as submitted in the packet. It had indicated that the remaining amount or the remaining amount RBC would be committed needed in the amount of $249,000. That was incorrect. That amount would be coming from the Tribal Health Department. So that correction was made. So I would just recommend with changes to that document, and that one would be fine, but to move the jurisdictional agreement for further discussion. Which?
Council, any discussion on that? Those ask for a motion with the changes.
Motion.
Motion by Mike LaRocque with the changes.
Second.
Second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next up, I'll ask for a motion to suspend the rules for public comment. To add public comment.
Need a motion?
Yeah.
Motion.
Motion by Henry. Second by Eugene. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next up, guys, and the last thing on the agenda, we have 3 minutes, per person that would like to come up and if they have any concerns with us. So, public comment.
Missy Fairbanks, and for all those that don't have like Facebook, get the newspaper or anything, the sheet that came out in the EMP lunches yesterday, how are people that don't get those gonna know about where to get the Walmart card for their replacement food stamps and stuff like that? How is that being handled?
Did you just ask me for those that don't receive the newspaper or on Facebook?
Right.
They'll also be delivered through ENP?
Well, yeah, I do have some people that don't have any of those or anything, and there are elders that don't get any of that, and they always complain, well, I didn't see it here, I didn't see it there, I don't get it. How is all these people that don't have the getting, is it going out in a flyer or anything like that to people?
Yeah, it's going, well, I don't know any other way I don't know how we're going to find people. We don't know where they're at, or if they don't have, the newspaper, Facebook page, website, EMP, community councils, are all RBC sites, and urban is where we're going to post all the information. And if they don't have access to any of those and they can reach out to you, we just respectfully request that you would connect them to those forms. And I don't have any idea how else we could reach them if we don't know where they're at and they're not able to communicate that out.
Great. I just know that there's one that works at the village store that she doesn't have any of those, and she doesn't get the paper, but that's her bad. But there's elders out there that don't get that, and their families don't share it with them.
Well, if our community councils can assist with the forms as well, we could send some forms and applications or ask the local stores to post them in their stores as well.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question. So when we had that storm, the storm this past summer, there was a link that went out requesting people to fill out so we could do automated like telephone calls. Is that an option? I think that's with our,
Well, with the automated telephone systems, you'd have to sign up for that, and that would be reserved probably for emergencies. But Ed Snetzinger is in the room, and maybe he could help me answer that question.
Yeah. You're exactly right. Code Red is a voluntary system so that leaves it on to our community members to sign up for notifications in that system.
Thank you, Ed. I guess I would recommend maybe that we could publish a phone number. We'll publish whether it's a 1-800 number or whatever, what it's going to take to do that through IT, to publish a phone number they can call. That's my suggestion. Which, yeah.
Miigwech. Go ahead, Lucia.
well, the government shutdown might impact that. My only comment, that might push it back a little farther, but I don't know.
Yes, Miigwech. And we're going to meet with Ramey and IHS next week, so. Miigwech. Yes, Stephanie. Lori.
What was the question? I'm sorry. Are you talking about the Elder gift cards? Or are you talking about SNAP Walmart gift cards that was mentioned in the post? Oh, through the food shelf.
The food shelf, what we were mentioning, was, that's
No, the gift cards were pertaining to the Christmas cards.
No, there was no $25 gift card. What I think you're referring to is the $100 Visa gift card for an elder.
I think. Mr. Chairman. Well, and Stephanie, about the SNAP stuff, Lori can go into a little bit of it, but I mean, we're talking about, we already have a list of already who's already getting SNAP and who's gonna affect. So that's kind of like a whole different. Yep. I don't know if you want to let.
But thank you, Stephanie, for those questions. Lucille. Anything else? Tyler, go ahead.
Bonjour. My name is Tyler Coleman. I'm from Natowash. Some things that have been brought to my attention from my nephew's mother, also other parents. My nephew is autistic. He was recently denied the right to attend White Earth Boys and Girls Club. I feel like this, exclusion is unacceptable. I feel like every child, deserves the right to use our programs regardless of their disability. I'm not sure if our Boys and Girls Club is federally funded, but if they are, that violates the American Disabilities Act and the Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. And I just come here today to ask the tribal leaders if you guys could develop a formal inclusion policy for the Boys and Girls Club right away, so that we can provide reasonable accommodations, staff, training. He's not able to participate because, it's not his fault, and I just respectfully request and ask you guys to do a policy on that so that all kids can be included. Which,
Yeah, I think the Boys and Girls Club of America, that's who they organize through. I think there has to be a policy in there. But we'll check in on it and with Carol, our director of Boys and Girls Club. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Yeah, we'll take care of it. Thank you.
You can only come up one time. No. We can probably, Lori, if you wanted to. No? Okay, yeah, we'll send someone.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'd like to appreciate everyone's time. We appreciate everyone coming and having lunch with us and breakfast with us, and I really appreciate it. Have a happy Halloween. Be safe. I think these are things that our kids are going to be very happy and they're going to be very hyper. So it's going to be something that's going to be a good night for everyone. So otherwise, I'll ask the council of the motion to go into executive session. Motion by Eugene.
Second.
Second by Henry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Yep, Giga Wabaman. Nagaj.